in this period, but also throughout the day. So everything that we are going to do today is all an invitation. So feel free to join or not, but just take good care of yourselves. What else for me to say? What else is there for me to say? Something.
Maybe with the chairs as well, if there's not enough, then do feel free to grab some from the side. That's completely fine.
Yeah, I think I'd just like to acknowledge that this whole Sangha Day Festival has come together with many, many contributions across the Sangha, including this beautiful shrine. But yeah, lots of people have contributed, both visible and invisible, so just like to sort of take them in as well and thank them. So we're going to start by saluting the three jewels, and then Chandradeepa is going to talk us through the programme for today and get us started in our mantra workshop and walking meditation. So we're going to salute the three jewels in call and response, and we'll co-lead it. Namaya Namo Sanghaya Namo Namah Hum.
Okay, yeah, so really great to see you all. Welcome to those of you that are just arriving. Yeah, so here we are on Sangha Day, at our Sangha Day Festival 2024. And the theme for this year's Sangha Day is the arising of the Bodhi heart, the arising of the heart of awakening, which is often known as the Bodhicitta in Buddhist thinking. And this theme emerged out of conversations that particularly me and Sarika were having about, well, in a way, there's two things that we mean when we talk about Sangha. So the most maybe kind of clearly obvious meaning of Sangha for a lot of us is the people around us, the people that we practice with, our friends, our companions on the path. But there's also what you could call the vertical Sangha. So those people who, throughout history or maybe even today, who at least to an extent have woken up, who have seen the truth, who great compassion has arisen in their hearts, and traditionally they're the real Sangha. So they're the ones that we can rely upon. They're the ones who we can trust. And we talk a lot about going for refuge in Buddhism, and they're the ones that we can go for refuge to. But of course, it's so important as well that we've got our friends, we've got our companions along the way. So how do we bring those two things together and bring them together in a way that does them justice? And I think this teaching of the Bodhicitta really exemplifies that. So some of you won't be aware of what the Bodhicitta is. It's very mysterious, so you might kind of finish this bit less clear on what the Bodhicitta is than before. But I'll give it a go. So the translation is, so Bodhi is awakening and Chitta is heart, mind. So the two come together in Buddhism. So awakening heart, you could say. And Sangha in a lecture says that the bodhicitta is the manifestation within us of something transcendental. So it's as if something very, very different that we've never experienced before emerges within our experience. And it's something very different, and at the same time, it's who we really are. Deep down, it's who we really are. That if we our bad habits, the ways that we trip ourselves up, if they're removed, then who we really are is pure, is full of love, is awake, you could say. So this is what the bodhicitta is. So it's in a way our true potential really emerging. And Sangha also says, so Sangha, if you don't know, is the founder of this Buddhist movement. So he says that it's most likely that the bodhicitta will arise in the midst of a spiritual community. So you can practice by yourself, and it might happen that this something very mysterious arises. In a way, it's awakening. That awakening arises, but with a very big emphasis on compassion. But it's much more likely to happen in the midst of a spiritual community where we're practicing together. And within that spiritual community, there's really beautiful, close friendship, there's connection, and really important that there's people becoming more and more themselves. So we're becoming more and more who we really are by becoming more part of a community. And this might sound especially mysterious. It's said that it's as if something moves through us, as if something emerges within our experience that can influence how we are, how we act in the world, so that we act with compassion, with love. But it's almost as if it's not really us doing it, it's something else, something outside that motivates us, that moves us. And like there's this force of compassion that's active in the universe that wants us and wants all beings to wake up. So it's not just about our own liberation, it's about the liberation of all. It's about everyone going through suffering. It's as if there's this force that wants that to happen, and it can almost like we can catch hold of it, and it can start to work through us. Whilst at the same time we become more and more ourselves. So there's this kind of holding of two things. We become more and more who we really are, and this force can move through us. And if that sounds a bit too kind of mystical and highfalutin perhaps, I think a lot of us will have had an experience that might be an echo of the bodhicitta when we come into the centre, maybe especially for the first few times, where it's like there's something in us, hello Summer, that's yearning for something. There's some kind of inner drive and motivation and seeking within us. And we thought maybe we were the only ones. And then we come into the centre, and maybe it's even the atmosphere of the centre. It's like, oh, there's something different here. And then we start to talk to people, and it's like, there's something different about these people. And we come to classes, and it's like there's something different. And in this lecture, which is really wonderful, Sangha says that it's almost like there's this inner life of the community, and it's like our inner life, our inner yearnings connect with the inner life of the community, and there's this kind of synchronicity, and that's a bit of a flavour of the bodhicitta. So that's what we're going to be exploring today. And the way we're going to be doing that, so first we're going to be doing this mantra workshop. We'll start that shortly. And you could say that mantra is the sound of enlightenment, the sound of the different aspects of enlightenment. And as I said earlier, it's quite difficult to put these terms into words. It's kind of impossible. But through mantra, through sound, it's almost like we can get the flavor of it. We can immerse ourselves in it. And we're going to be doing the bodhicitta mantra. So it's the sound of all that I've been trying to invoke through words. So we're going to be doing that workshop. And then after the workshop, some of you might be relieved to hear, we'll be putting out the seats and going back to sitting down like normal. And we'll be doing that in silence. So the mantra's going to fade into silence. There'll be a loo break. We initially said a leg stretch, but you probably don't need your legs stretched after all this time of standing. So we'll have a comfort break, putting out the seats in silence. Then after that, the families group will be led by Vajranishta in a little performance, a little dramatic storytelling of... Okay. Okay, fair enough, yeah. The proto-families group. We'll do this performance of 3 monks from the Buddha's time who really exemplified this way of living in community, living in harmony. So we'll witness that performance. Then we'll have a ritual, and we'll do the same mantra. We'll be doing the bodhicitta mantra, and we'll be doing a ritual to kind of enact Sangha, and that'll be introduced later. Then we'll have lunch at 12:30. Then we'll come back in at 1:45, and we'll have a video from Lakeshwara, who's the chair of the Buddhist Centre, who couldn't be here today because he's in Australia. He's doing a visit to Melbourne. He's going to video in instead. Then we're going to be having it's called Circles of Inspiration, where we'll be hearing from people who give to the centre, or maybe who want to give to the centre, talking about their inspiration. Then we'll go into groups. Then after a tea break, we'll move to, in a way, what is really the pinnacle of the day, which is Mitra ceremonies. So we're going to have 9 friends from our community who are going to be becoming Mitras, which means friend. They're going to take this ritual step on the Buddhist path. And it's really moving. There's lots of rejoicing, saying beautiful things about the new Mitras. So, we'll finish our day with that. So I think that's all I've got to say before we move into the mantra workshop. Any questions, anything that anyone needs, any chairs, anything like that? Okay, great, Raf. So if you want to grab a chair, there's some over there. If you just pop it like against the wall or something, that would be ideal. Oh, there's one there. Brilliant. Okay, so let's move into the mantra workshop. So the bodhicitta mantra is in 3 parts. And there's going to be different stages, and I'll introduce each stage as we go. I think if I introduce the whole thing at once, everyone's just going to get very overwhelmed. So we'll just go step by step. So what we'll do first is all together we'll do each of the 3 parts. So I'll introduce the 3 parts, and you can join in. And as you do the part, have a think which one feels best for you. Which one feels like, oh yeah, this is the one for my voice. So I'll introduce, and I'll do it, once I've done it about 2 times, feel free to join in if you feel confident. And we'll do it for a little bit, and then, I'll probably ring the bell now that the beat has returned. So the first part is one that you'll all be, or a lot of you will be familiar with. So it's Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Okay, so that's the first part. And yeah, so we do 3 beats in between to kind of keep the beat. And so the second one is Om Bodhicitta Mudparayami, 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 Om Bodhicitta Mudparayami. Right. And then the third part is Om Bodhicitta Udparayami, Om Bodhicitta Udparayami, Om Bodhicitta Udparayami. Okay, so if you think that Om Mani Padme Hum is the bit you feel best with, go over to this third of the room. And if you think Om Bodhicitta Mudparayami is your bit, go to the middle. Really hope we're going to have some even numbers. I'm not entirely sure that it's like a kind of merging. Ah, great, there we go. And if you think, you probably do, that Om Bodhicitta Udparayami is your bit, go over to that side. Yeah. And yeah, if you're on a chair, feel free to stay where you are and do whichever bit works for you. So is everyone clear on their bit, where they stand for their bit, so and so on? Utpadayami. Yeah, thanks, Leslie. So Om Bodhicitta Utpadayami. Oh, for your bit, Shakijata? Do you mean for your bit or for the start of that mantra? Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay. So now what we'll do is we'll do our bit individually first. So, we'll just go over to this bit. Are we ready? Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, thank you. Okay, middle bit. Om Bodhicitta Mudparayami. Om Bodhicitta Mudparayami. Om Bodhicitta Mudparayami. Om Bodhicitta Mudparayami. Ready? Om Bodhicitta Udpadayami. Om Bodhicitta bodhicitam udpadayami. Great. Sounding great. So, now comes the scary bit. So we're going to do it together, okay? And I'll start off each section. Yeah, water will be good. Cheers, Buddha. Okay, so we're going to do it in the same order, but now you're going to keep doing your bit while the others come in. Good luck. All right, ready? Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Om bodhicitam udpadayami. 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 Well done. That was great. I think one thing I loved as well about that was you've got everyone doing their own bit. So it's like we're being individuals, we're doing our own little bit, and yet we come together as a collective and something more than the individual parts arises. I think that's what spiritual community is all about. So now you're doing so brilliantly. I've got to make it more difficult. So what we're going to do is take that sense of doing our own bit, but together with others in harmony, and we're going to, rather than being our own little units, we're going to walk around each other, and we're going to take each other in. We're going to be as one Sangha doing that together. So there's a few steps to that. So first what we're going to do is walk around, and we're going to be in silence, and we're just going to take one another in. So you might want to look at each other in the eye. Just really take one another in. Maybe try to feel into your hearts. Feel a sense of metta for everyone here, for the Sangha more broadly. And of course, if people are sitting down, take the people in who are sitting down as well. We're all here together. And then I'll ring a bell, and then this section, Om Mani Padme Hum, will begin. And then after a while, I'll ring the bell again, or I won't ring a bell the second time, actually. I'll ring a bell the first time, and then so if you're in the second section, keep an eye on me, and I'll count you in, and then again with the third section. And we're just going to walk around each other, doing our part. And especially if you're in probably the middle part, because you're the smallest, if you think, I've lost it, I'm just completely swayed by the group, I'm not an individual, then Sarika will be over here near the door. And if you lose your bit, just go over. And Sarika's wonderful at mantra, so she will get you back on the right path. She's like Mitra convening through mantra. And then once this part's going, you guys keep an eye on me, and I'll count you in. And again, if you lose your way, then Tara Lochner will be over here, and she'll be there to get you on the right track. Yeah, you're over there. You'll be great. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll just stand for a second. You might want to close your eyes. Take in the sounds. Take in one another, being here together as a community. And then when you're ready, starting to walk around. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Bodhicitta Mudpadayami. 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 Udparayami Om Bodhicittang Udparayami Om Bodhicittang Udparayami Om Bodhicittang Udparayami Om Bodhicittang Udparayami. Now the final part fading out. And the second part fading out. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Padme Hum. Maybe standing where you are. And standing here together again in silence. Maybe closing your eyes. Taking in the atmosphere. Thanks everyone, well done. So we're going to have a bit of a longer break now. So we'll have a break until 25 past, so just under 20 minutes. So there is time to grab a tea or whatever if you want. And if some people could help putting out mats and seats and cushions, that would be really helpful as well. And we'll do that. We'll keep this floor in quiet. So yeah, see you back in here at 25 past. Thanks again.
Welcome back, everybody that was with us for the morning. And if you've just arrived, welcome to Sangha Day 2024 at the Manchester Buddhist Centre. We are going to welcome our family group. And they're going to tell us a story from the time of the Buddha about 3 monks. So I'm going to welcome Vajranishta and family, however that configures.
Got a choice of microphones here. Yeah, can I borrow that microphone, please? Please, on. Thank you. And Karuna Tara.
We're here.
Hello, does this work okay? Can everyone hear me? Lovely. So, yeah, welcome. Just a short piece of drama. I'm Vajranishta. Welcome. And to the young ones. So this is a couple of short suttas. There's the quarrel at Kosambi. This is from the Buddha's life. And there's the 3 monks at Gasinga. So I've basically used some artistic license just to squeeze things together a little bit. So I hope you enjoy. At one point, the quarrelling monks asked the villagers, yourselves in effect, they ask yourselves for alms, for food, but can you say no? Might be a bit difficult for you to do this, but just deny them food in whatever way suits you, politely. And then there's another moment later on at Gasinga when a monk asks the audience, we're not, are we? I.e. quarrelling. So if you just shower praise on them, no, they're lovely, etc., etc., that'd be great. But I'll cue you in, hopefully, as well. Right, everyone ready? Ready? Yeah. Okay. Okay, great.
Yeah, we need you as well, Summer. You're joining us. Great.
So, in the 9th year of his ministry, the Buddha was teaching at Kosambi. While he was there, a quarrel arose between 2 parties of monks.
I've noticed that when we come for alms rounds, it's always me who puts out the seats.
No way.
Yes, way. And it's always me that puts out the drinking water.
You know I'm slow collecting my arms round.
I think you do it on purpose.
No, I don't. That's unfair. Anyway, you keep borrowing my sandals.
I thought we shared them.
Talk to the hand.
Oh, you're so rude.
Sisters, can I
No,
suggest...
you can't.
Also, I don't see any harm in being able to watch Strictly once a week on TV.
And that's practice. You've got that idea from the women's community.
Yes, I have. I bet they were watching it last night. And what's more, all these monastic rules are stifling the beauty of the Dharma.
Ah, you think you're an expert on the teachings. We need discipline, not ballroom dancing.
Actually, I think there's a lot of discipline in dancing. Have you not seen Mokshasari's flamenco dance?
Outrageous. All this dancing only leads to debauchery.
We've had enough.
Me too.
They sit around in silence, angry, confused.
Is this maybe a good time to discuss whether we should move or not? No!
After a few attempts, the Buddha gave up trying to help the monks and without a word retired to the forest.
I'm hungry. Time to collect alms.
I'm hungrier.
And they asked the Sangha for food.
Can I have some food, please?
None left.
The monks returned to their homes, still upset with each other. Eventually, the monks went to see the Buddha, seeking forgiveness, and because of their quarrelling, he gave this short discourse.
One should associate with the wise, not the foolish. It would be better to live alone if we cannot find good friends. There is no companionship with the foolish.
A short time later, he visited the monks at the park at Gasinga.
Hey, look! Our teacher, the Blessed One, has arrived.
Thank you. I hope you're all keeping well.
We are, Lord.
And I hope you're not having trouble getting alms food.
Oh, we are, Lord. No. Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. We're not really, no.
Excellent. I hope you're living in harmony, appreciating each other, without quarrelling, blending like milk and water, and regarding each other with kindly eyes.
Oh, we are, sir. We live in harmony, like this. Let us show you.
Look at these monks practicing for the welfare and happiness of each other, blending truly like milk and water.
Do you mean soya milk, sir, rather than dairy?
Round of applause, thank you.
Oh, thank you. And I just love that our family of monks were all women and all related to Vajranishta. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Yeah, I didn't thank Chandradeepa for the mantra workshop, but I just thought that was really, really beautiful, really well led. And it was so nice to connect with people that I might not have connected with during the day. So, yeah, thank you for everybody that joined in with that to make it such a wonderful Sangha, sense of Sangha, yeah. So we're going to, I don't know quite how to follow this play. We're going to enter a little bit more of a period of kind of reflection. And I'm going to guide us in that reflection. So if you just want to make yourselves comfortable, Okay. So, sorry, we're just detailing what we're going to do. So yes, if it feels comfortable, you could close your eyes. Just settle into a bit of a quieter space. Maybe let the events of this morning settle and resonate. And we can feel our sitting bones connected to the cushion or a chair, and through our legs feel that connection with earth. Just allow the weight to sort of drop down through the sitting bones, through the legs, and feel the kind of connection with the earth and trust the earth that will support us. We can take 2 or 3 deeper breaths here. Just maybe connecting in with our experience a little bit more deeply. Maybe connecting with our heart space, this sort of bodhicitta, the enlightened heart mind. And just inviting the body to relax. Maybe recollecting some moments from this morning where you felt connected to others in the Sangha. Maybe it's a warm hug, or just contact with someone's eyes, or a welcoming smile, whatever that is with you, and just spend a few moments connecting with those experiences, connecting your heart-mind with others. Maybe getting a sense of the heart space becoming more expansive, sense of beauty and connection with others can open and expand our hearts, to take ourselves in more fully and to take others in more fully. Maybe there's a sense of that in the room, a sense of that present for you in this moment. You can connect to the sounds as well. There's beauty in sound. Now what I'd like you to do is just spend a few moments coming into connection with a really good friend, a close friend. Maybe in the Sangha, maybe outside of the Sangha, but someone that you feel really comfortable with, someone you're really connected with and a close friend, and just bring them to mind in whatever way that works for you. Just choosing one person. Maybe getting a sense of their presence. Maybe there's an image that arises, or a memory. Maybe in a place that you both enjoy being in. See if you can connect with that friend. Maybe you get a sense of the heart connection between you. And just encourage you to be in that presence, like sharing each other's warmth and kindness and sense of connection. Now, what I'd like you to do is imagine that your good friend is rejoicing in you, rejoicing in your qualities of what they appreciate about you. And just spend a few moments kind of bathing in what they would say about you. So we're imagining our good friend rejoicing in us. What would they say about the qualities they appreciate about you? Can you let them into your heart? Just breathe them into the heart space. Letting their warmth, their appreciation, and their friendliness for you in. What are some of the words they would say about your qualities? And just notice if you're kind of batting those words of appreciation away. Can you let them in? Can you let that friendship in more fully? Can you let their appreciation of your qualities into your heart a little bit more fully? And then just let go of all effort and just sit with the effects of that reflection. So what I'd like us to do now is to turn to someone close to you, a neighbour, and just share what you're willing to share about the words of appreciation that your good friend. So in a way, we're rejoicing in each other's good qualities via our friend, but just share that with somebody who's fairly close to you. And then I'll ring a bell and we'll explain what's going to happen next. Wow. That sounded like a lot of rejoicing. Chandradeepa has come around and given everyone, I think, a pen, a piece of paper, and a little peg. Yeah?
Has anyone not got one?
Has anyone not got one? Okay, so what I'd like you to do now is to write your name on your piece of paper and 1 or 2 words that describe the qualities that your good friend rejoiced or appreciated about you. So just take a moment to do that, and then I'll explain what we're doing next. We're playing Snap up here. Has everybody had time? Does anybody need more time to write? Okay. That's all right. Does anyone need a bigger piece of paper? Okay. So what we're going to do now, the people that created this beautiful shrine created this kind of web or net above me. Can you see the red string? So we're going to redo the mantra that we did this morning, the Bodhicitta mantra. If you weren't here for this morning, just join in whichever part. It's in 3 parts, so join in whichever part you wish to. Yeah, you will. You want it now? I'll just carry on about. Yeah. We spent a lot of time doing this. Who's doing what? And anyway, should we speak together? Like blend like milk and water. I'll hold the mic in the middle. So when we get the mantra going, and Chandradeep is going to say a few words about that and get us going, then the invitation is to come up with your little peg and your name and qualities, and to just peg it anywhere on the web. And the web is representational of Indra's net. So it represents the interconnection of all things throughout the cosmos. But for us, I guess we can see it as the interconnection between the whole Sangha. So we'll create a net or a web of all of our good qualities to add to this amazing shrine. So that's what we're going to do. And I'd just encourage you, when you do come up in large numbers and just make your offering. If you need a piggyback or someone to lift you, stand near someone tall or strong that can help you reach the net.
So yeah, with the mantra, just as earlier, so we'll start with the Om Mani Padme Hung, and then if you were doing the second bit, keep an eye on me and I'll count us in, and then same with the third. So we'll do it in the same way. Maybe also if your peg breaks, there's plenty more in that little bowl there, so feel free to just grab another one. Thank you.
So we'll just sit for a minute or so, and then we'll start the mantra.
Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Bodhicittam Utpadayami. 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 Om Bodhicittam Utpadayami.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, it's really beautiful. And if you haven't done already, I'd really encourage you to come up and see some of these qualities kind of manifesting in our Sangha, manifesting in our friendships and our community. Really beautiful. We're going to take a break now for lunch. There will be shared food if you want to join. And then this afternoon we're going to come back at 1:45. We've got a video from Lokeshvara, our chair, who will speak about bodhicitta. And we've got a circle of inspiration and some group work, and then obviously join us for the very joyous occasion of the Mitra ceremonies, where 9 new members of our community become friends of the Manchester Buddhist Centre. So, yeah, my other half is now going to say something.
So a reminder to those of you becoming Mitras that you'll be meeting Sarika in the Vajra Hall straight after this. I hope you enjoy your lunch, and if you want to have a bit of quiet space, this will be a quiet space. So use this floor as a quiet space if you just find the crowds a bit too much. Yeah, see you at 1:45.
Good morning, everyone. I am in Australia. I've just arrived this morning. It is 10:30 a.m. My flight got in about 5:30, and I've come up to where some friends live in the hills. In fact, they have a community here, and I wanted to send this message. I'll make it quite short, but I just wanted to say I'll be thinking of you today on Sangha Day. Here in Melbourne, they just had their Sangha Day yesterday at the Buddhist Centre, and there's a couple of things that I wanted to say. The first one, well, it's an apology for not being there. This is my final presidential visit to the Melbourne Buddhist Centre. And it just happens to fall over this time. So that's the first thing. The second thing was I thought it was important to actually send a message, because when we think of Sangha Day, we're especially thinking of all of the people who help and volunteer at the centre, which is a very large number of people. I mean, in a sense, it's virtually everyone who has some kind of engagement with the centre. There's often an altruistic dimension to our practice that gets expressed. Even those small number of people who actually get paid to work at the centre also do other things in their spare time. But I think there is several groupings of people in particular who do things like clean the centre, are on reception, support classes, lead classes. And I think I especially want to say thank you. And I think it's important to hear a thank you. I think it's especially important Good morning, everyone. I am in Australia. I've just arrived this morning. It is 10:30 a.m. My flight got in about 5:30, and I've come up to where some friends live in the hills. In fact, they have a community here. And I wanted to send this message. I'll make it quite short, but I just wanted to say I'll be thinking of you today on Sangha Day. Here in Melbourne, they just had their Sangha Day yesterday at the Buddhist Centre. And there's a couple of things that I wanted to say. The first one, well, it's an apology for not being there. This is my final presidential visit to the Melbourne Buddhist Centre. And it just happens to fall over this time. So that's the first thing. The second thing was I thought it was important to actually send a message, because when we think of Sangha Day, we're especially thinking of all of the people who help and volunteer at the centre, which is a very large number of people. I mean, in a sense, it's virtually everyone who has some kind of engagement with the centre. There's often an altruistic dimension to our practice that gets expressed. Even those small number of people who actually get paid to work at the centre also do other things in their spare time. But I think there is several groupings of people in particular who do things like clean the centre, are on reception, support classes, lead classes, and I think good morning, everyone. I am in Australia. I've just arrived this morning. It is 10:30 a.m. My flight got in about 5:30, and I've come up to where some friends live in the hills. In fact, they have a community here. and I wanted to send this message. I'll make it quite short, but I just wanted to say I'll be thinking of you today on Sangha Day. Here in Melbourne, they just had their Sangha Day yesterday at the Buddhist Centre, and there's a couple of things that I wanted to say.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so welcome back to those of you who were here this morning, and warm welcome to those of you who joined us since the lunch break. Yeah, cheers, Marion. I will speak up. Marion told me in no uncertain terms that I'm being too quiet. So I thought I'd recap actually what we've been doing thus far. So we've got this wonderful, possibly mysterious shrine if you've walked into it. So this morning we did a mantra workshop. We were doing the Bodhicitta mantra together, and in a way evoking spiritual community, evoking the spiritual community at its best. And you could say that that's what the Bodhicitta mantra is really about. And we had a little play by our families group. Turned out that there were no children in the families group performing in the end. So it ended up being 3 order members. An order member and, anyway, 4 people not part of the... 5 Sangha members we had. But it was wonderful anyway, and very funny, very inspiring. And then we did this ritual where we thought of what qualities a good friend of ours would rejoice in us about. What would a really close friend really appreciate in us? We sat with that, and then we wrote on a bit of paper our name and what that was, and then we did the mantra again, and then people came up and pinned their name and their qualities to the shrine. And so what we've got really now is a kind of evocation of the Sangha, an enactment, a physical enactment of our Sangha. So we've got all these different people represented by the different pieces of paper and their qualities, all intermingling, all interconnecting, looking rather beautiful. So that was the morning really, and this afternoon we're going to shortly see a video from Lakeshwara, who's the chair of the Manchester Buddhist Centre, and I'll briefly introduce that. Then we're going to have a circle of inspiration. So that's people who've been involved in contributing to the Buddhist Centre, coming to this circle of chairs here, and talking about their inspiration around that, and then at some point there'll be an invitation for whoever wants to join that discussion. Then we'll go into groups, and there's a groups list downstairs, so I've seen that some of you have signed up. If you've not signed up already, we'll talk more about the groups later, and you can make that call, and there'll be a quiet space in here if you want to just sit and reflect or journal or anything like that. Then we'll have a tea break, and then we'll move into the Mitra ceremonies, which Surika will lead, and she'll say more about just before that. So, yeah, let's move into the first part of the afternoon, which is watching the video from Lakeshwara. So as many of you know, Lakeshwara became chair of the Buddhist Centre earlier this year in the summer at our big Sangha retreat. And, well, it's no small job to take on being the chair of the Manchester Buddhist Centre, especially at a time of, real discussion, real questions about our future, where our future lies. Do we stay here? Do we go elsewhere? And I think Lokesh was really, incredibly really, like he's never lived in Manchester. He moved to this city that he doesn't know that many people, and he's just hit the ground running and has just cracked on with having conversations that need to be had and starting to move towards making a decision about what our future looks like. So yeah, he's really wonderful, and we're really blessed to have him as our chair. And sadly he can't be here today because, as some of you know, I was going to say all Buddhist centres have a president, but as we don't have a president at the moment, I'm not sure I can quite say that, but most Buddhist centres have a president, and we're looking for one. And so that's an order member from outside the situation who just visits a couple of times a year or so, and is a bit of an outside eye, and supports the situation from afar. So Lakeshwara's the president of the Melbourne Buddhist Centre. So I think it's quite a nice little job. He gets to go to Australia a couple of times a year, and also works very hard there to support their Sangha. So that's why he's not with us today. It's his last presidential visit. And it felt really important that we heard from our chair today. So over to Lakeshwara.
Good morning, everyone. I am in Australia. I've just arrived this morning. It is 10:30 a.m. My flight got in about 5:30, and I've come up to where some friends live in the hills. In fact, they have a community here. And I wanted to send this message. I'll make it quite short, but I just wanted to say I'll be thinking of you today on Sangha Day. Here in Melbourne, they just had their Sangha Day yesterday at the Buddhist Centre. And there's a couple of things that I wanted to say. The first one, it's an apology for not being there. This is my final presidential visit to the Melbourne Buddhist Centre. It just happens to fall over this time. So that's the first thing. The second thing was, I thought it was important to actually send a message, because when we think of Sangha Day, we're especially thinking of all of the people who help and volunteer at the centre, which is a very large number of people. I mean, in a sense, it's virtually everyone who has some kind of engagement with the centre. There's often an altruistic dimension to our practice that gets expressed. Even those small number of people who actually get paid to work at the centre also do other things in their spare time. But I think there is several groupings of people in particular who do things like clean the centre, are on reception, support classes, lead classes. And I think I especially want to say thank you. And I think it's important to hear a thank you. I think it's especially important, almost like archetypally, for the chair of a centre to say thank you to all the people who actually contribute to the centre thriving, and that help the wider community that engage with the centre and get some benefit from it. So I really wanted to say a big thank you from me, even if you get thanked by other people. I really want to say thank you so much for what you do around the centre, whatever that is. And there's also an invitation in me saying thank you as well, which is just to don't underestimate the significance of what you do, even if it looks a bit mundane. One of the gifts that I really enjoy receiving from Sangha is the invitation to consider how much volunteering as an altruistic dimension of being is and can be an insight practice. And he says this is especially the case when we work in teams. So I think it's worth, or at least my invitation would be, really take that understanding to heart and really see that the voluntary work that you do and that we all do actually can have, it's a very potent insight practice as well. I mean, I certainly know this for myself, that working on teams is really rewarding, but it's really challenging. And I know that I really work on parts of myself that can remain a bit buried or hidden or just slightly reluctant to come forwards. So I really wish you have a wonderful Sangha Day today. I'm sorry I can't be there. I mean that even though here I am with this gorgeous backdrop behind me. I'm also super tired, as you can imagine. I've just had 24 hours of travel and arrived at 5:30 this morning after a couple of hours sleep in the last 24. So, and also I'm going to be working hard here. Nevertheless, I'm also staying with some dear friends who also exemplify that spirit of volunteering and the altruistic dimension. In fact, this case is Dantachita. She just lent it to me. She's a former chair of the centre, and they creating a beautiful community here in the hills just behind Melbourne. So I just want to send my warmest wishes to you all. By the time you actually get to see this, it will be the Sunday evening here, and I will bear you in mind as I try and get some sleep tonight. So I wish you the very best. Goodbye. It will be the Sunday evening here, and I will bear you in mind as I try and get some sleep tonight. So I wish you the very best. Goodbye.
Wow, the altruistic dimension of Sangha. I find that when Lokeshvara speaks, something in me wakes up. Anyway, maybe I'll wait for that to fully land. We're now going to do something called a circle of inspiration. I'd just like to say, I have no idea who set up all these chairs. They just sort of manifest out. I'm kind of rushing up here a bit late going, I need to set up chairs. And here they are. So thank you to whoever did this. And the fact that there are 6 of them is just magical. So I believe we have some take up 5 of these seats. Is that right? This is the first test. If you think you're a volunteer, would you like to come and take 5 of the seats? And the 3 order members at the back are not allowed. Only because of what you were up to. Yeah. Okay. So do you think you've volunteered to be part of a Sangha discussion? Like step forward, and I will explain what we're going to do.
I'm not doing karaoke.
Okay. Perfect. And you can all count, so there's 5. No, there's 5. No? No, it's all going to be revealed. I'm going to ask you, could we just shunt a little bit that way? Surya Shatar, would you mind moving this so we can get round? We won't need that. So, our 5 volunteers, and I believe there are other volunteers here as well, are going to talk about their inspiration. What inspires them about Sangha? How did they first come into contact with Sangha? And what keeps their inspiration going? And we have a spare chair. So the invitation, this is it's a dialogue and a conversation. And anyone that's here can come up and join the conversation. So that's why there's a vacant chair. If you do want to come up and join the conversation, what I'm going to ask is that you circumambulate. So we're making this a ritual. You're already saying you want to come? Well, that ruined the plan, didn't it? So you have to circumambulate if you're going to come in. Okay. Circumambulate clockwise. So if you want to join the circle, you come and you walk clockwise and then you sit on an empty chair.
Except that's anti-clockwise.
Oh, crikey. Thank you. Do you know? I'm going to race you for it now. I'm never going to race Katusha. The idea is that there's always supposed to be one empty chair. It's all right. So at any time, the people that are in the circle can get up and leave, and you'll circumambulate the right way around, not the way I just demonstrated, so clockwise. Yeah, so the conversation keeps fluid. People can come and join. So if you see a seat that's empty and you want to join the conversation, come up and join the conversation. If you feel that you're in the circle and actually you've said what you need to say and you want to make space for someone else, just circumambulate clockwise and join come out of the circle. Is that clear? Clear as it is clear, even though I didn't get the... Okay. Oh, are you vacating? Well, you can, because you can always join later. Yeah. Oh, that... Yeah, you have to... Vipaksha Priya, you need to circumambulate and demonstrate. He never follows rules, so there's no chance of that happening. So are all these mics on? So we've got 3 mics, which does mean the dialogue, you need to pass them between you. And you're all live. So whenever you would like to start.
What's the question? Is there a question?
What did you sign up for, Tom? I have no idea. Brilliant. Well, in which case, what do we need doing in the centre? I know.
So, shall I give a question?
Yeah.
So, what is the inspiration behind you giving to the centre, and what does it give to your practice?
Thank you for that clarification, Chandradeep.
Yeah? Oh. You started speaking, Steve. Hello. Is it working? Yeah? I'm Steve. I've been coming along to one centre or another in Manchester since 1985. Been doing volunteering in different ways since then. You can't hear me?
I don't think it's on.
Ah. How about that? Yeah, good. Okay, I'll start again. My name's Steve. I've been around the Buddhist centres in Manchester since 1985, doing various things throughout the years. And I think my initial, back in 1985, I wasn't a very happy person. I was obviously looking for something, although I may not have realised it. Wandered along to the Buddhist centre one night, met Ratnaguna waiting for me at the door. And it's always been the Sangha that's inspired me. I mean, yes, more than the other 2 jewels, really. Sangha has been my inspiration. I've always been a person that wanted to help out. I don't know where that came from, but I do. And when I retired about 3 years ago, I thought, what shall I do? What can I do to give back? And I thought of a few things, but I started working for the maintenance team here, which Sue is part of now. And so just sort of doing odd jobs around the place. And a lot lately, I've been working in hinterland, helping put up shelves and bookcases and all that sort of thing. And I can feel myself starting to ramble now. I think anyway, the Sangha is my inspiration. I'll pass over to someone else now, because I am starting to get verbal diarrhoea. Who would like it?
I thought we were just going to talk in a circle here, and all you lot stay there. Is it on? So, yeah. Oh, I'm Marion. Yeah, I just thought everybody knew me. Oh, welcome. Yeah, I've been probably volunteering on and off for quite a lot of years as well. I can't say Sangha was my main connection. The Dharma drew me in. But yeah, I've struggled with Sangha, but I know I want connection with Sangha, and I feel the connection. I'm supporting classes at the moment, the Going Deeper class, and the one before it, the intro class. But I've done lots of other things here because I just feel like giving something back. I can't give in lots of other ways, but I can give my time, which to me is worth more sometimes the money, which I haven't got a great deal of, but I have got my time to give when I can give it. And actually I get quite a lot back, especially from newer people that are coming along, and I have conversations with them, and it's that kind of beginner's mind, and they're exploring and they're excited, and I love that. That kind of inspires me, and I feel a kind of passion for the Dharma again with their passion. So yeah, I do get quite a lot from Sangha, even though I say it's my most difficult jewel. It's the one that I need most, as well as the Dharma, of course. So I think I will, I'll stop there before I ramble. Anybody else?
All right, thank you. My name is Tom. I help facilitate the young Buddhists, and I lead some of the lunchtime meditations as well nowadays. I think the reason that I give is that it feels like this place, the Sangha, the Three Jewels really is what the world needs, perhaps now more than ever. Feels like we're just in a time of so much like division, consumption, avoidance, that we need something deeper, something more meaningful, something perhaps transcendental. I think that's what I really needed in my life when I came to the Sangha, and that's what I got, really. I got a life that's much more enriched with friendship, meaning, and love than it was before. And that's because people have put in the conditions for that to happen. People have built this place. People have contributed. People have taught my intro course. People were teaching young Buddhists. They invited me into the group. That led to me making some of the closest friendships of my life that have transformed me in tremendous ways, really. So it felt like the only natural response to being given that is to give it back to others.
Hi, I'm Sue. I'm part of the maintenance team with Steve. And I think, like Marion, I came for the Dharma, so did all the courses going, joined a study group. And then one day into my inbox came an invitation for new members of the maintenance team. And I run a theatre company, and I've got weird skills. So, like, I know how to test electrical equipment and fix things and work power tools. So I turned up, and I'm the only woman in a team of 3, other 2 blokes. I sense some anxiety when I pick up the power tools, but I hope I've proved my worth. But I think the thing I really get out of it is when you're working towards a common purpose, that you lose yourself. There's a kind of integration in making the centre lovely and beautiful for everyone else. So I remember a particular occasion, in the library, there used to be shelves where pens would fall down the back, and, the mouse, it would just fall down the back, and then so we built a shelf to stop things falling down, and everyone was saying, "Oh, that's great, that shelf." So yeah, it is that kind of yourself dissolving and being part of a bigger scheme. That's great for me, and thank you very much. That's brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, so hello everybody. If you haven't met me, my name's Gaurav Chitta, and I've been involved really. My main kind of offering to the Sangha really has been in recent times has been leading classes, and I think the best way to describe that really is just it's such a privilege and it's such an honour, because while you're doing it, you get to teach yourself and to come down and do that again and again and again, and the other beautiful thing about it is that it stops you getting stale, because you're experiencing that newness again and again and again. So it's a beautiful, privileged thing to be able to do. The other thing that I just want to say about the Sangha is I think the Sangha has probably quite literally saved my life and possibly my sanity. So about 3 years ago, I had a major medical catastrophe. I had a brain infection. I nearly died and various things. And as a result of it, I developed post-traumatic stress disorder. And I live in the community, one of the communities, and I was in a right state. And I do remember quite a while after that, going down to the hospital, down Stamford Royal Hospital, to have some trauma therapy. And I remember my trauma therapist, who was a very, very experienced guy, and I was very lucky to see him. He said to me, the single biggest factor in recovering from trauma is the quality of your relationships with other people. And I think if I'd been I hope I'm not going to upset anybody here, if I'd been some lonely bloke living in a flat on my own watching too much TV, I could have really, really deteriorated. You know, I could have become suicidal, actually, or something like that. And so I feel I owe the Sangha my life. And one of those people here is a Priya, because I was in a right state. I couldn't sleep. And I managed to get some sleeping tablets off the doctors, which they didn't like giving me, so they made me anxious. But and I remember I used to take them, but I needed someone to be around, really, before I went to bed. And I would go into a Priya's room and sit in his room with him, and I'd take the tablets. And he really, really helped me. He was just so there and so kind and so generous. And I remember he used to sit there and I'd take the tablets and then my chin would sort of hit my chest. And he'd go, I think it's time to go to bed now, Garvachita. So that's, you know, that's a deep part of it, isn't it? You know, as well as all the inspiration, it can save your life. And we are so fortunate to have those relationships. I was so fortunate to have those relationships at that time in my life, yeah.
Yes, I think I'll start with kind of before I was helping out, and I think I had this sense of myth of being a student, being like a student of the Dharma, and I would find these, what seemed to me kind of very wise, very kind of spiritually developed teachers, and I'd find those around Manchester. I'd find them leading retreats, and I'd kind of follow them around the country and I'd kind of absorb what I could from them. And that carried on for a while, and then I think I got to a point where I started to feel like I'd absorbed, certainly not as much as I could, but you know, maybe wasn't quite the same. There wasn't that same kind of, oh, it's a huge transformation, you know, being around that person. So then it was like, well, what can I do to kind of keep the inspiration? And if the spiritual life is like cultivating states, what is it that I can kind of continue to cultivate? And that kind of flowed into looking towards helping out and looking towards what I could lead or teach myself. So practically, well, quite practically, I did enjoy it. I helped out with the tech, the meditations, and some of the rituals. Yeah, I think there's like a quality to that helping out. It's a little difficult to put into words, actually, but maybe metta is the closest thing. You have this sense of living a kind of kindness towards others by hopefully helping them in the Dharma. And also a sense of lineage that actually if I am helping often, I'm kind of repeating things that I've learned or others have said to me, and that's been the best way to learn. So, yeah, that's what comes to mind. Lecture Priya. Susha. Oh, she has one. Susha has a mic. Yeah.
Don't talk. I came to the. Can you hear me? Sorry. I came to the center like a year and a half ago, and I was going through quite a hard time, and I was so anxious about coming to the center because it's like out of my nature to join any spiritual institutions, it was tools classes, and I was so anxious, so you would turn up to be a cult. So I sat next to the door so I can just, run away if you just start feeling weird vibes. And it was Sarika and Gavachita and Ratnaguna who led the tools classes, and they were talking about maturity and maturity of a mind. And it was presented with so much kindness and compassion, and they created such a safe atmosphere. And then we broke into groups, chat groups, and people were so truthful about their experiences, and they were so sympathetic and supportive, and I straight away felt so safe to be here, encouraged to practice and supported. And I think the Sangha was my first jewel, and then it's led me to Dharma, actually, to practice. And I met such an incredible friendships here. So I feel so blessed and lucky to be around these people, to have these people in my life. And I think in the center there's a concept of not giver, not receiver. And I think in the center there's such a natural flow of giving and receiving. So when you look around to what people created, how people help, you just naturally want to help as well. And then, it just you start having this feeling of being part of something bigger, and this something bigger becomes a part of you, and it's such an amazing feeling. So, I'm very grateful to have Sant and people around me.
I think I find it quite difficult to remember what my life was like before I got involved with the Dharma, really, because I moved to Manchester 27 years ago, and before that I was around the London Buddhist Centre. But I think my first involvement was a connection with Sangha, because I went on a retreat to escape Christmas, as some of you know, and the Dharma, I caught the Dharma, but I can't separate the Dharma from the Sangha, really, because it's never been separate from my experience. And I was helping out at the Buddhist Centre in London quite early on, and going on quite a few retreats, which are all about Sangha as well as Dharma, obviously. And so I moved to Manchester. It was actually to join a community and work in a team of other Buddhists working in Clear Vision Trust. So, I mean, my life is completely Sangha, really. And even the other things I do outside of the Buddhist Centre are kind of Sanghas in themselves. They don't call themselves Sanghas because they're not Buddhist, but they are in effect Sanghas. So I think it just expresses a sense of my interconnectedness, I think, by being part of a Sangha, really, because it's the way things are. I think that, I know that it doesn't seem like that, but I think the universe, in a way, is love. It's all interconnected. And I remember saying in a talk once about how if I really want to relax into life, it's in a way I feel like I'm going to be loved. So if I really allow myself to connect and to be honest, it's not always my main thing, because actually I quite easily spend my life alone in front of tech, but actually that doesn't do me any good. It's when I'm connecting with people and being with people, not just, I mean, I can connect with them through Zoom or something like that, but that's not at all the same as being in a room with other people and feeling the energies and being with people. And I don't know, and part of that obviously is helping out, as you know, whatever I can do and offer, because if I'm going to be with people, I might as well do everything I can with them, you know. Yeah. I think this could be a bit of a conversation. It doesn't have to be like
I was
speech.
thinking that you're speaking to me, you're speaking to each other here. Thank you, Apeksha Priya. I'm Amita Sheri, and you're saying so many things that my heart is jumping. Like, I know I used to live in Manchester, and it's been about 7 or 8 years since I've lived here, and I know it's like you sitting in tech, and then when I come over, we're both animated. Like, I used to live in the women's community next near yours. And it's, Sangha, what is Sangha? And you said when it's outside, it doesn't have to be in relation to the Buddhist centre, that when you're outside the Buddhist centre, there's still these communities that are Sangha, that are supportive to you, that help you feel alive in yourself. And I've come here, that I know a lot of you might not know me, but the door's open. And I'm thinking of doorways, like my heart is jumping. There's a doorway that you're all in my heart. You're not, I'm away in Glasgow, or in Birmingham, or the Sanghas anywhere in the country or the world. I walk into the Buddhist centres and I'm welcome. So the doorways into every individual here, you've all got different things in your life. And there's lots of ways in. Coming to this Sangha, like I'm in Buddhafield, or I've been in a community, or there's Hinterland, there's all sorts of doorways to lots of other ways of accessing parts of yourself that can be enlivened by our contact with people we've never met. And I know that some of what inspires you, and so the doorway, I think heart and doorways, and you said love, it's about love. So I'm very grateful. Thanks for the welcome, and entering the doorways, the gates to your hearts, and through to new ways of being together.
Yeah, so I was thinking about something you were saying about interconnectedness. Is that better? Yeah. Great. I was just thinking about this kind of link between, say, interconnectedness and lineage. Like, how if I look and I think, say, like, come into the meditation classes, and they'd be all taught in a certain way because that is how the person who was teaching them had kind of adopted the practice, and then sort of becoming a product of that in a way. And you can kind of trace this back. We have the refuge tree. I find it quite rich that you can look and think, well, there were all these people who, they went out, developed their own practices, and then they didn't kind of just leave it there, like, they didn't just stay in a cave or in front of tech or whatever. They kind of spread that amongst the community. So, I suppose just wondering, is that kind of alive for people, or do people see themselves as like a part of that as well?
Yeah, I think that's actually quite strong for me at the moment. I think particularly like as a sort of younger person, something about being a part of a lineage is like really feels really expansive. I think maybe because like nowadays people aren't that in touch with their tradition, their culture. I don't think I am particularly in touch with that, what that really means. And I think, being able to be a part of sort of helping keep something going that goes all the way back to the time of the Buddha is like really significant, and makes sort of maybe my day-to-day problems, my day-to-day life. It puts it all into perspective, I feel like. And I think also just like the lineage and the culture of Triratna in like sort of starting or helping start Hinterland, that was quite a big thing of like going back to sort of like the golden age of right livelihoods with like Windhorse and stuff. You know, what is it that they did? What did they do right? How did that work? Speaking to some of the people involved in that, or speaking, you know, having guests over in the community that are really experienced and, you know, they've been practicing within Triratna for the last 60 years. They helped set up Right Livelihoods. They have all this history, and then to be in contact with that and to be a part of sort of keeping that going is like, yeah, it's really meaningful.
I think there's masses of scope for possibility of people working together or living together, as well as living together, you know. And I don't think it's the golden age of team-based right livelihood hasn't ended. I don't think, in a way. I think we're getting new, like you helped start Hinterland, but I think it'd be fantastic if members of the Sangha felt that they wanted to share their skills and do things together and find ways of starting businesses that don't exist yet, and see, what they can do. Either even to raise money. It doesn't have to raise money, but if it keeps their living, that's enough really to help them practice and be more with other people who are practicing. And well, they might inspire other people in the world if they're in a business that has an interface with the rest of the world. Then obviously they might inspire people to practice the Dharma as well.
Have you got an idea, Picture Priya?
I don't have any particular ideas, but I think it's a question of people who have things that they're skilled in. If they want to get together, I think that could be there could be amazing things that came out of that. You know, it doesn't have to be just having a business that sells gifts that is an easy, a cheap. Well, it was a business model that had cheap materials, and then people could get together as well as doing that. But it wasn't a very inspiring work.
I think the tech-based right livelihood seems to be a popular idea for the future, but we'll see.
I think it's been really lovely to hear what people have been saying, and I think I really wanted to riff off a bit what the Picture Priya is saying, but slightly take it in a different direction in a way. I've been coming just over 20 years, and I just think, I'm really inspired by the image, which is covered over at the moment, of the order, Avalokiteshvara. It's behind me. Okay, thank you. There we are. Shows how observant I've not. That we all bring ourselves. We all bring, in fact, in the Avalokiteshvara image, it's a tool. We've heard about power tools. We've heard about how different people bring their skills, and whether that's a team-based right livelihood or actually you bring that to the Sangha. That's what I wanted to bring it back to, really. And, we're just so, I'm learning more and more how amazingly lucky we are here in Manchester to have such a massive Sangha. And people coming back, visiting, coming back again, fantastic, And you see people around the globe, you see people, there's Lokeshvara in Melbourne. People are bringing their skills and doing what they're best at doing, which is really great. So we missed Alicia today doing the storytelling, different, I know. No, I had to do it, and it's not my skill set. So, that's what I mean. It's just really lovely. It's really lovely that what I really love seeing is people stepping into the Sangha, being changed and bringing their skills to enrich all of us, And that's a way to practice, and that's a way to, to be the best of ourselves. That is my inspiration, to be the best of ourselves around the three jewels, but also our skills. In Manchester, we have so many very talented people. We've had so very many talented people. And we do across the movement, but I think Manchester particularly, it's very, very rich, very varied Sangha. And the other thing I just wanted to say is I was sort of been thinking, because it's just about 2 years ago, I just did a little bit. I did one set of being mentored to teach. And what's so lovely is a couple of the people who I met on that course, 2 of them are becoming Mitras today. So that's just really lovely, that thing of being on those journey together. So I saw them do their first course, and then 2 of them are becoming Mitras today. And that co-creation of something together. I haven't had a chance to do any more mentoring to teach, but yeah, that co-creation of Sangha, each bringing ourselves, our skills, our tools, that's what really inspires me.
Hello there. Hi, I'm Tara Vandana. And I've been involved in Tree Ratna since 1988. When I went to Tara Loka to learn to meditate on a newcomer's weekend because I was very ill mentally. And so meditation and the Dharma saved my life. I'm absolutely sure that if I hadn't met the Dharma, I probably wouldn't be here today. And I met the Dharma in a very small place where there wasn't really a Sangha. I was part of the tiny group of people who started to make FWBO Lancaster happen. And that was great, actually, for a while. And then I realised, something in me realised that I needed exposure to a much bigger Sangha. And I needed access or to be around people who were much, much more experienced than me. And I moved to Manchester and I moved into the women's community. And I, without any doubt, I have no doubt at all, that moving to Manchester and being in this Sangha is what has changed me and helped me to develop. And it makes me think of what Bhante Sangharachita says about friendship, that we learn more about ourselves through our interactions with others than anywhere else. The Sangha can be the most transformative jewel. And I just feel so deeply grateful to my friendships and connections with individuals here. And it makes me want to do the same for others. So that's the way I give back, being a friend to individuals. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm Alicia. And yeah, just sort of going from what Karanatara said about people being able to bring themselves in and use their talents, and yeah, actually the Sangha jewel was something that I really struggled with when I first came along, and I found it really difficult to bring myself in. But I think one of the things that helped to transform that was when the people of colour spaces sort of opened up and became more prolific and became more regular, firstly online, because a lot of the time it was in London, and then there was retreats. And it sort of meant that it was a space where I could bring in more of myself that I didn't realise I was leaving out. And then once I'd had that realization, I found it more easy to be myself in other spaces within the Sangha. And I think that's really important. I think sort of that translation of the Dharma and applying it to your own experience is so important, and opportunities to be able to do that, whatever it looks like, whether it's in sort of women's spaces or young people's spaces or people of colour spaces, to then be able to come together as a whole Sangha, such as we are today. I think that's like really important to me. So helping to provide those opportunities, yeah, really means a lot, so that we can bring in all of our talents and be all the different arms of Avalokiteshvara.
Well, thank you. I'm not going to share my experience of Sangha and what inspires me, but I'm really grateful for what everybody who's come and joined the circle at any particular point has contributed. So thank you. And it's been lovely, hasn't it? We've talked about the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara of us all having a particular tool or a quality or a skill that we can bring, but also just about opening our hearts to others and connecting with others. Yeah, and how transformational that can be, how in some cases life-changing and life-saving. And I think that the conversation has just been absolutely beautiful. So thank you. Can we have a round of applause from all of our contributors? So what we're going to do now is we're going to break into smaller groups. And And so, some of the order members have offered to lead some groups. So I'm going to read out some list of names and places. So if you've said you'll lead a group, please listen out for your room. There is a list downstairs that you can sign up for, but if not, you can just go and find somebody in one of these rooms and then try and make sure there's somebody in every room. So if you find yourself crammed in like sardines, maybe go and find another room because there'll be less people in that room. But essentially what we're encouraging you to do is continue this conversation. So if you are already part of the Sangha and you already feel that you're fully inspired and contributing to the Sangha, then talk about that inspiration. And if you're kind of wondering, like, oh, well, this sounds really good, but I'm not sure how to connect or where I can get involved, have a conversation about that. Someone might be able to help point you in the right direction or suggest something. If all that fails, there's a board, and you can, if you're inspired and you want to say, I want to get involved in this, or I want more information about that, there's the big board as you walk in past reception. At the end of where the food table was, just write your full name on there and someone will contact you. So, but the conversation is about what inspires you about Sangha, and if you are contributing, what do you get? How does that change your life? What does it bring to your life? Much as we've seen in the circle today. So I'm going to suggest these rooms. So Tara Vandana, would you like to go in the Vajra Hall? Mokshasari, the library. This is sounding like a whodunit, isn't it? Where's Garavachita? Mezzanine? Is that all right? The mezzanine. Yeah, that's the little one up the corner. Yeah, it's everybody, the little one up in the corner. Who have I got here? I can't see, I can't do both. Stirajoti, the lounge. Where's Stirajoti? Stirajoti in the lounge area. Amitasuri, would you like to take the tea area? Is that all right? You swap, okay. And I think that just leaves Buddha Samagama in the meeting room. Have I missed anyone out, or the members that no, great. So everybody's got a room. So if you could just go to one of those rooms and join the conversation. If you want some quiet time, this room will be kept quiet. So if you want to just kind of rest or take a break, you can stay in here. Sorry, you can stay in here. What else to say? We are heading, so if you want to have a tea break in the time, we've got to be back at 4 o'clock for the Mitra ceremonies. So we've got from now till 4 o'clock, but in there, please factor in a comfort break and a cup of tea. So I'll leave you to self-manage your times and however you want to do that. So before we start moving, are there any questions?
Just to say as well, the program is that the tea break is... the program says that the tea break is 3:30 to 4. So yeah, like Tara Lochen says, do what you want to do, but that's the kind of the official tea break, as it were.
Okay. We'll see you back here at 4 o'clock. Have rich conversations.
together.
join, seeing you all making this commitment and being on the path with you, because we help each other and we're a large, big Sangha that does that really well. So sadhu to all of you.
Thank you very much, Karanatara. So the next part of the evening is where we're going to hear a little bit about each of the people who are going to become Mitras. Someone who knows them pretty well is going to come up, and for 2 minutes they're going to rejoice in their qualities. This is something that we practice in our community quite regularly. We did it today on Sangha Day, thinking about people's qualities, sharing our appreciation of one another. And then when we've completed that, then I'll say more about the actual ritual when we get to it. So, I think first up, we've got, if you don't mind coming back up, Karanatara, because Sarah made a request to go first. And I said, okay, that's fine. So if you would like to come up and rejoice in Sarah, and I'm going to ring a bell after 2 minutes because we've got 9 people, so we've got it's a challenge. We're going to give a prize to who manages to do that most effectively at the end.
Okay.
So Karanatara is going to rejoice in Sarah, who's sitting at the front here with the red jumper on.
Okay. Great. Well, I'm really delighted to be rejoicing in Sarah, and I'm going to see if I can do this in 2 minutes, but it's pretty hard, I have to say. So Sarah's originally from Ireland and then moved to London to do uni and work, and actually found Buddhism in London and stepped across the threshold at London Buddhist Centre in 2011. And 10 years ago, sounds like, you know, these decades are quite important, really, monumental events. She went on a retreat and felt she was a Buddhist, actually. She went on retreat for the first time and felt she was a Buddhist. And then, I don't know, was it 21, 22? You guys moved up. 21, I thought it was 21, moved up north, came to Hebden Bridge, and Sarah lives there with Michelle, her wife, in Hebden Bridge. And they bravely, that's one of the very qualities I want to rejoice about Sarah, they bravely stepped into a Sangha retreat. I think that's when I first met you. They came along to a Sangha retreat with 70 people at Adhisthana, which is our headquarters. They'd never met, which was amazing. And instantly I was just blown away by a load of amazing qualities that Sarah just bounced into that retreat with, you know. So enthusiasm, fun, she's funny, she's fun, a really inquisitive, inquiring, bright mind, and lots of energy. And in Buddhist terms, we call that virya, energy in pursuit of the good. And I really feel that's really relevant for Sarah, very, very much so. And we got to know each other a bit, and then I think we were on another retreat together. And over the last year, we've been building a friendship, and I'm really delighted to get to know Sarah more and more and see her actually change a little bit over this year, but also the things I wanted to rejoice in her, that I really see her guided by an ethical sensitivity. And I'm going to do a bit of a shout. I might embarrass her here a bit. She's had the most amazing career. And she worked in Stonewall. She went to work for Stonewall, and then she took that knowledge. She's worked for both the BBC and Virgin Media in inclusivity, diversity, and I'm missing out a number there, EDI. She's taken that, she really cares about that. Sarah really, really cares. She's found a lot out about that, and she wants to really share and encourage others, and I really see you doing that ethical sensitivity. She's guided by that, and she's just taken on the most amazing job. Is that 2 minutes? See, what can I, I've got
wrap up really quick.
Oh my God. And then the other main thing I wanted to say was that she has a very big heart. She's very big-hearted and shares a lot of herself. And in fact, I asked Padmadarshini, and she said that what's amazing within your study group is Sarah brings a lot of openness and honesty, which encourages others. And she brings an enormous amount of generosity. We've all experienced her cooking for Katya downstairs. She cooks on retreats. But the other thing I did want to say is it's very unusual, I think, that you have someone with so much energy, so much skill, so much knowledge, but she's actually also a deep thinker and reflector. She sits back, and I think more and more this year you've been doing that and working out what's right for you, what's needed, and reflecting and thinking deeply. So a very, very amazing person. I'm delighted is taking this step in this important year, and I'm sure there'll be plenty more. So sadhu to
Brilliant.
you.
Thank you. It's great because by the end of today, you'll know these 9 people, won't you? Have a sense of who they are when you bump into them around the Buddhist Centre if you don't already know them. So that's a wonderful start. Thanks, Karen and Tara. So Nick, would you like to come up and rejoice in Joe?
Can you hear me? Am I close enough? Yeah. Okay. So it's really lovely to get the chance to spend a little bit of time celebrating my friend Joe. We met about 2 years ago when we started coming to Going Deeper courses together, and we did the run of course. Can you hear me properly? Over a bit, that way. Thank you. That's much better. It was all a bit like that. The next person's moving, yeah. So we went through the run of courses together, and it was really nice to do that exploring together. And Jo's since gone on to do lots of volunteering at the centre, and she's involved with the event team, and she's on reception as well, so she does a lot. But during that time, as we were getting to know each other, I found there were sort of 3 really sort of key things about Jo that are really special to me. So the first one is she's absolutely amazing with words, and I don't just mean she's great at organising information. She is, but that's not what I mean. It's the way she expresses herself, the way she says things, just makes you think and makes you look at things in a slightly different light, and I really treasure that about you. And then the second thing about Jo that is really important, I think, is her amazing sense of humour. And I was trying to find the right word to describe her sense of humour. It was fantastic, wicked. I came up with buoyant. Because however, things can be really challenging. She's had a challenging time. Other challenges come up. And despite that, however challenging things are, you'll have a laugh with Jo. You see you can get sort of, if I'm feeling sort of bogged down or frustrated by a situation, you'll find what's ridiculous about it, and then we'll have a good laugh and move through the frustration and the being stuck, and that's really good. It's also, whilst that's really useful, it's also just good fun to spend time with somebody who sees the fun in things. And then the third thing, the third particular thing that I wanted to celebrate about you, oh, well, I better be quick, is that Jo really sees the detail in things, and she pays a lot of attention. And that, one, it can mean that she helps me to question things that I might have not have even seen there was a question there, and she can see that there's a bit of something in it that needs looking at and questioning because she sees it in detail. And then the really special thing about the detailed approach that Jo has is that she sees the details in her friends, and I think that means that we all feel seen, and that's something that I really treasure about you. So thank you very much, Jo. It's absolutely wonderful to be your friend, and I'm sure there are many people in this room who feel the same. And so I do.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Nate. That's gorgeous. Now let's have Chandra Deepa to rejoice in Josh.
Might need to adjust my mic. Good service. So, when I was thinking about rejoicing in Josh, an image came to mind. And so the image was of finding a cave, and the cave is quite expansive. It's quite dark at times, but also big, expansive. And as you get to the center of the cave, there's a heart. There's a big, beating, alive heart. And as you enter into the heart, you find that no, you're not inside anymore. You're not inside the cave. You're in an expansive realm with a blue sky ahead and nature all around. You can find jewels wherever you go, treasure wherever you go. And that's the image that came to mind when I thought of Josh. And I think that's because I think Josh has had a glimpse of that when you really go in, when you really go deep, sometimes into the darkness, that's what can be found, this open, limitless realm full of treasure. And I think Josh is doing quite a remarkable job, actually, at living from that place. And there's 3 things I wanted to bring out as to how I think that manifests. And I think the main thing is that it gives Josh a deep sense of integrity. And I think that integrity manifests in these 3 ways. So firstly, Josh is deeply honest. And that's about the challenges and also about what's lighting him up. There's been so many times, both in the Dharma group that I lead and in our one-to-one conversations, where Josh just really brings what's going on for him. He's really deeply honest, and I find that makes it really easy to be his friend and to connect with him. Secondly, Josh is amazing at appreciating things and people. I think it's quite difficult to have about 5 minutes with Josh without receiving a compliment. He very quickly sees what he likes in you and will tell you, will be very open about it, which I think takes courage, actually, to do that. I think a lot of us can shy away from that kind of thing. And then thirdly, it makes Josh great fun. So Josh has a very whimsical, clever sense of humour. He's great fun. He cracks lots of very eccentric jokes. And I think all of these 3 things together mean that Josh, he has this deep sense of integrity. He's really got a glimpse of something, and he's really continuing to search, continuing on his journey, and I think that makes him a great Mitra. It makes him a great friend, and I'm delighted that you're taking this step.
Thank you. Thank you, Chandradeepa. Gosh, everybody's faces are lighting up around the room. It's wonderful, isn't it, to hear all these qualities. So, Bern, would you like to come forward and rejoice in Emma?
Hello. I have to do this a little bit. I have a list of Emma's wonderful qualities. I'm not going to go through them all. I'm going to pick out 2 because there's far too many to mention. I was very lucky to meet Emma on the very first time she came to an introduction to a Buddhism course with Tara Lochner and Apeksha Priya. I was helping out, supporting, and very quickly I was introduced to the first quality I want to bring out is her courage, deeply courageous being. So we had a conversation within the first week where she was basically explaining she's going through like a transitional period in her life, moving away from certain habits, wanting to do these pretty ambitious things, really. Change a job, turn towards a Dharma, get a camper van, go traveling, like start looking into a new career as self-employed, like so a lot, She's only gone and done it. Like she's like fully done it as well, not even a little bit. And I've been lucky to be alongside her through some of it. And it's just like this commitment and courage to just stay the course, keep digging in, seek help when she needs it. It's wonderful to be around. It's really inspiring. Yeah, thank you. And the other thing I'd like to talk about is her curiosity. for me it feels like there's a flame alight inside her, and I keep seeing it like, I don't know, like growing and burning more ferociously. We have some pretty wild conversations, and it kind of started when we were on retreat together at Butterfield North. And since then, just like this burning desire to not know more stuff, but to see more life, you know, to live more deeply. It's just incredible. And those two qualities, curiosity and courage, like what wonderful qualities to bring to the path of awakening. Like that's what you need, isn't it? It's a tough gig. So those two things are going to really help you out. Like they just are. And what brilliant qualities to bring into a spiritual community. Yeah. So I'm really happy to be your friend, and I'm really glad you're joining the Sangha as a Mitra. Thank you, Sadhu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bern. I think we'll have rejoicings in Robin next from Apeksha, and then we'll just have a little pause, a little leg stretch before we complete hearing from the rejoicings in the other Mitras to be. So Apeksha Priya is going to rejoice in Robin.
Well, I think I first met Robin at a Pride planning meeting, something like that, or a queer planning meeting for a group, and they came up to me and said, right, we could do this, 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 and this. I've got this whole list of things. And it was like, energy. That's what one of the things I associate with Robin is energy. And but also connection. Robin is one of the most connected people I know, even order members. They went on their first retreat, I think, to Adhisthana, onto an international retreat, and I think they've made friends with most of the people on the retreat, by the sounds of it. Maybe not quite everyone, but they've got connections with people all over the world, basically, from that retreat. And I think at some point when Robin gets ordained, I wouldn't be surprised if they have Sangha in the name, because they really, really, really want to create connection and community with people. It's a really strong value of theirs. But it's not something frothy. It's not something just social. It's something very deep. Robin first came across the Dharma when he was actually 12. But from his grandfathers, both grandfathers left them books about the Dharma, basically, and it's been a lifelong journey. And this is the second phase that they've been at the Buddhist Center. It didn't quite work the first time, but now they've come in really going for it. And I was on the teaching team for one of their Going Deeper courses, and we were doing the spiral path at one point. And they came back to me afterwards, having worked out how to practice the spiral path in daily life, something that I hadn't even thought of. You know, it seems a bit of a lofty path to me, but they'd worked it out on paper with all these different categories, and they have a very strong intellectual bent, but it's not something that's just in the mind. It's something that's really grounded in their experience. And whenever I see them, I want to laugh. It's always fun to be around Robin. It's always giggles, and we have intense conversations on the phone as well as going for walks. And I just think they've got so much to add to the Sangha. I'm really glad that they've finally become a Mitra, because it hasn't been a completely seamless journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Apeksha Priya. So let's just for 1 minute, just stand up, have a little move around if you want, just to have a little breather. Yeah, that was I was pretty strict there, wasn't I? Chandradeepa just gave me a look which was like, that was really quick, Sarika. So just to say, if at any point in the afternoon you feel you need to get up or go to the loo, just do it. But anyway. I won't tell you off or anything like that. So let's continue with the rejoicing. So Chandradeepa, would you come up and rejoice in Mark, please?
Got it. I think Mark has a unique blend of qualities, actually. When I was reflecting on Mark, I thought, it's quite unusual, actually, to have these things come together. And I think this makes Mark a wonderfully unique and multidimensional person. I think there's layers to Mark. So the first thing I wanted to rejoice in was Mark's diligence. Of humour, which I think is really kind as well. Like when I was reflecting on this, I thought, it really puts one at ease, actually, because Mark has this great sense of humour. It's very easy to just feel, it's fine. It's good to be with this guy. And I think because of the inner work that he's done, I think it means that he sees the world with an open mind and with a lightness. And I think that then has a positive impact on other people. And then I think these two things come together to make Mark a seeker. So I think there's this open-mindedness to the world, and there's this diligent inner work that he does and is continuing to do. I mean, he's a seeker for truth. He's really wanting to find the truth. He wants to find ways of being more compassionate, more wise, and to find what makes life worthwhile. And I think he's found something of that at the centre. I think he's found something that he resonates with, that he really wants to pursue. And I think the potential in Mark is great, and I can't wait to see what unfolds from that. Sadhu.
Chandradeepa. Okay, so Buddha Samagama, would you like to come and rejoice in Gemma?
The correct response to the question, would you like some honest feedback, is run. Not now. It's going to be good. I just want to take a moment just to take you in. You are glowing today, really radiant. And your journey is, what I witness is nothing short of epic. You are taking a deep and honest look at your life. And you're saying very, very clearly, nope, I am not going to let the past define me. It's not who I am. And this Dharma life came, it seems to me, at just the right time. It's transforming not just how you see the world, but how you see yourself. And this is crucial, this inner work. Alongside this deep need for change is seeing the person you are, and from now, seeing the person you need to be. And Sangha, I think you've captured it perfectly. It's that sense of belonging, of having a family that sees you and really sees you for who you are and takes this on. And that family includes that magnificent being there, Sharon. The conditions for your future are sparkling. This business of being a Mitra is big. It'll transform you if you let it. And it's not just you saying, I'm here, I want to do this. It's us saying, we're there for you as well. It's a relationship. It's a bond. And it's a celebration of everything that you've brought and that we can give. Because the gift is in the giving as well. So that's almost it. It's just like, here's to you. You're brave, open, funny, a seeker in the truest sense. You just want that inner journey. And it is absolutely beautiful to walk this with you. And I'm going to finish with the words of the Buddha. It's not me. And literally listen to every word. May all blessings be yours. May all gods protect you. And by the power of all the Buddhas, all the Dharmas, and the Sangha, may all happiness be yours.
Thank you, Buddha Smargama. It's like this opportunity to rejoice in somebody, like it brings out the best in the people who are rejoicing as well, isn't it? You're like seeing their qualities shine as well. It's just beautiful. You got a tissue? Somebody got a tissue for Gemma. That's the tissue. So I'd like to invite Sri Pakshini to come up and rejoice in Anna.
Follow that, Buddha Smargama. I knew it was going to be hard to follow you when I saw you rejoicing ahead from you. But I will attempt to follow. And rejoice in my wise, compassionate, courageous, beautiful friend Anna, who I've been getting to know probably about over the last year and a half since she rocked up with her other amazing friend, Georgia, in our Dharma group. And there's quite a few of us here. So it is a real privilege to be rejoicing in you. I wish Georgia was here too, but she's online. Yeah, well, she did only tell me I had 2 minutes, actually, about 30 seconds before I sat down, so I'll try and distill. But yeah, I want to draw out these two areas of Anna's qualities around her wisdom and her courageousness. So wisdom in the all sense of the word. Anna is incredibly intelligent, which would often really intimidate me. but because of her kindness, she's really good company. She's really easy to be with. She's got a bright, sort of engaging, interested mind that just instantly puts you at ease. She's also got that real sort of sense of emotional intelligence, sort of genuine emotional intelligence, where she can be really raw, she can be really open, she can be really with difficult emotion without sort of disappearing into it, stays really present in it and allows you into that space and allows everyone really to go to go to the depths. So yeah, it's been a real gift in our Dharma group. So thank you for bringing that. And if I've got time, I really want to rejoice in her courageousness. And there's been so much of that word used in all of her rejoicings. And I think this path does take a lot of courage. And Anna's just about to, well, she already has, just thrown things up in the air to see where things settle. Given up her job. She's going to be leaving Manchester very soon, which is really sad, but also she's taking the 3 jewels with her, and she's really, she's going to put herself in conditions that I think is just going to really allow her to grow. So she could do anything, but she's off to go and live in a Buddhist context in France. I'm sure you'll find your way to India, and I'll hope to share in lots of inspiration around that. But it really takes a lot of courage. You have a great job, you have a great situation here in Manchester, but you've reached your limits of growth, and you're not prepared to just sort of stay at this size of being. You want to grow, and I'll really look forward to just hearing what manifests from all of that, and I know you'll be staying in touch with so many people here. I can't believe that's not
That's
2
it,
minutes.
you are. Ding, ding.
I'm running out.
Thanks very much, Sripakshini. And last but not least, it's back to Chandradeepa to rejoice in Tom.
Thank you. Hope you're not sick of the sight of me. So I'm actually reading Rejoicing from Vishankar, who Tom asked to rejoice in him, but couldn't be here today because he's on retreat. But I'm very glad to be able to read this out because I lead Tom's Dharma group, and it's really, I'm really glad to be able to do this. So these are Vishankar's words. I'm really sorry that I'm not able to be with you today, Tom. It's been a real pleasure and privilege getting to know you over the past few months. Tom lived near Preston, but has been coming to the Manchester Buddhist Centre for a while now. He'd read a lot about Buddhism, had begun to meditate, started coming to online tools classes, and then in person to our courses. He joined a Dharma training group alongside Mark and Josh a few months back. When I first met Tom, he told me that there'd been a particular incident that made him realise he was a Buddhist. He described how he'd been at work and his motorbike had been stolen. His colleagues were getting upset and angry on his behalf, but Tom realised that he wasn't particularly angry or upset, but felt quite equanimous about it all. He had been someone who could get quite angry about things in the past, but he noticed that he wasn't responding in that way at this time. He said it seemed a very Buddhist response, and almost in that moment, he saw that the practices seemed to be working and that he felt like a Buddhist. As I've got to know Tom, a few things have struck me. Firstly, I think Tom is a deeply ethical man. I think he's able to see on some level that his actions have consequences and is able to empathise with others. I was very moved when he told me about his daughter, who is a trans woman. He very straightforwardly told me that when she came out to him, he knew that she just needed his love and support. He knew that was the right thing to do. He knew how important it was to respond with love. I think Tom is also a religious man. That may not be the best term for it, but I think there's this religious urge in him, a search for value and meaning. He tried to find what he was looking for in Christianity, but left that behind as it wasn't working anymore for him. He tried to find it in science, but he could see the limitations of science. So he sees his response to Buddhism coming from the same heart wish, the same need and desire, and feels he's found what he was looking for in the Dharma. Finally, I want to rejoice in Tom's determination and resilience. In the summer, he came on our Sangha retreat. I know that wasn't easy for him. Tom has autism, and at times navigating both the space and the amount of people on the retreat wasn't easy. But I saw him just keep going, acknowledging the difficulties, but knowing that it's good to get this first time on retreat out of the way. He knew it'd be easier next time. So he's a resilient man. I think Tom is a fine man. I wish him well on the path ahead as he becomes a Mitra.
Thank you very much, Chandradeepa. So before we actually move into the main ritual, I think we do need to have a space where people can nip to the loo, stretch their legs, etc., because the next part might take about half an hour or a little bit longer. So I'm aware it's a long time just to be sitting. So take a break now. If we can be back here at 5:05 in the shrine room, ready to start again. There are toilets on the next floor up as well as on this floor and the ground floor.
I've taken it off. I don't know.
So welcome back, everybody. I'm just going to say a few words before we start the actual ritual. I just want to tell you a very short story. So one of the closest disciples of the Buddha was called Ananda. And he'd been reflecting a lot about what it meant to lead a spiritual life, been thinking about it very, very deeply. And he went to speak to the Buddha about this, and he said, "I've been thinking, Buddha, that spiritual friendship makes up half of the spiritual life. I've been thinking, Buddha, spiritual friendship makes up half of the spiritual life." And the Buddha flatly disagreed. He said, "Say not so, Ananda. Spiritual friendship, companionship, or comradeship is not half of the holy life. It is the whole of it." Say not so, Ananda. Spiritual friendship, companionship, or comradeship is not half of the holy life. It is the whole of it. And Sangha Day, our founder, in 2017, gave a bit of comment about this, and he said, I think this is very, very interesting, he said, in denying Ananda's idea, the Buddha was in fact denying that there was any such thing, purely individual spiritual life. There is in fact no such thing, spiritual life. From the moment of birth to the moment of death, the individual human being is able to survive only because they belong to a group. They're dependent on it in all sorts of ways, from the most basic to the most refined. And then a poem came to me, not my own poem. Many of you will know that wonderful poem that Benjamin Zephaniah wrote during COVID, "People Need People." And the last verse is, "It seems we need company before we relax. So stop making enemies and let's face the facts. People will always need people. Yes, people will always need people." So we're going to be starting our actual ritual now, which is, we call it a threefold puja. It's some verses that we recite in call and response that are in praise of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, the three jewels. And what will happen is we just join in that as much or as little as you wish. And after the first verse, I'll read a translation of some words of the Buddha from the Karana Metta Sutta. And after the second verse, one by one, I'll be inviting the Mitras to come forward and take 3 traditional offerings from me. So we've got a flower that reminds us of the truth of the impermanence of all things. We've got a candle that reminds us of our human potential to become enlightened, just like the Buddha. And incense that reminds us that the spiritual life perfumes the air with our ethical activity. We spread this beautiful perfume of the ethical life. So one by one, you'll come forward, and in your own way, just make those offerings to the shrine. Take your time, take your time, there's no rush. And in a way, that is the ritual of each one of these people making that commitment to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, and to living out their lives as Buddhists, as far as they know, for as long as that feels they've got that connection. That's the intention they're setting today. And when they've all done that and sat down, just to warn people over here, we'll be shouting something quite loudly. So join in if you want, but don't be too shocked if there's a lot of noise at that point. After that, we'll do the refuges and precepts in call and response, and then the final verses. And at the end of that, Chandradeepa will start the Shakyamuni mantra, and feel free to join in. And at that point, I've got 3 people who are going to make offerings on behalf of all of us to the shrine, because there's so many of us here. We won't have an opportunity to make our own personal offerings. But Eleanor, Raf, and Surya Shraddha At the end of the puja, during the mantra, please come forward and make an offering of a light to the shrine. And then when the mantra's died down, we're just going to sit in silence just for a moment. And then I invite everybody to leave except the people who have become mitras. Yeah, this is your moment to just stay in the shrine room for 5-10 minutes on your own. Please leave silently until you get right downstairs. Just give them some space to absorb the effects of making this step today and being witnessed in your commitment. Yeah, and then there'll be tea and cake downstairs. Yeah, okay. I think we're ready to go. So yeah, let's just settle ourselves just for a minute, just allow ourselves to arrive in the space. And just to say that Apeksha Priya will take some photographs of the people becoming mitras during the ceremony, so we don't have to worry about taking pictures ourselves. The threefold puja. Opening reverence. We reverence the Buddha, the perfectly enlightened one, the shower of the way. We reverence the Dharma, the teaching of the Buddha, which leads from darkness to light. We reverence the Sangha, the fellowship of the Buddha's disciples, that inspires and guides. And I'll just read the Metta Sutta out. These are a translation of the words of the Buddha. If you know your own good and know where peace dwells, then this is the task. Lead a simple and a frugal life, uncorrupted, capable and just. Be mild, speak soft, eradicate conceit, keep appetites and senses calm. Be discreet and unassuming. Do not seek rewards. Do not have to be ashamed in the presence of the wise. May everything that lives be well, weak or strong, large or small, seen or unseen, here or elsewhere, present or to come, in heights or depths, may all be well. Have that mind for the world. Get rid of lies and pride. A mother's mind for her baby, her love, but now unbounded. Secure this mind of love. No enemies, no obstructions, wherever or however you may be. It is sublime. It escapes birth and death, losing lust and illusion, and living in the truth. Reverence to the three jewels. We reverence the Buddha, and aspire to follow him. The Buddha was born as we are born. What the Buddha overcame, we too can overcome. What the Buddha attained, we too can attain. We reverence the Dharma and aspire to follow it. With body, speech and mind until the end. The truth in all its aspects. The path in all its stages. We aspire to study, practice, realize. We reverence the Sangha and aspire to follow it. The fellowship of those who tread the way. As one by one we make our own commitment. An ever-widening circle. The Sangha grows. So now we come to the actual Mitra ceremonies. So I'd like to start by inviting Sarah to come forward. And now Joe. Josh. Now Emma. And Robin.
Jenna? Tom?
let's do the refuges and precepts in call and response. Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Samma sambuddhassa. Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dhammang saranang gacchāmi. Sanghang saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchāmi. Panatipata. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Adinadana. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Kamesu. Mechachara. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Musavada. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Suramarya. Majja. Pamadatana. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Sadhu. 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 With deeds of loving kindness, I purify my body. With open-handed generosity, I purify my body. With stillness, simplicity, and contentment, I purify my body. With truthful communication, I purify my speech. With mindfulness clear and radiant, I purify my mind. Offerings to the Buddha. Reverencing the Buddha. We offer flowers.
We offer flowers.
Flowers that today are fresh and sweetly blooming.
Flowers that today are fresh and sweetly blooming.
Flowers that tomorrow are faded and fallen.
Flowers that tomorrow are faded and fallen.
Our bodies too, like flowers, will pass away.
Our bodies too, like flowers, will pass away.
Reverencing the Buddha.
Reverencing the Buddha.
We offer candles.
We offer candles.
To him who is the light, we offer light.
To him who is the light, we offer light.
From his greater lamp,
From his greater lamp,
a lesser lamp we light within us.
a lesser lamp we light within us.
The lamp of Bodhi shining within our hearts.
The lamp of Bodhi shining within our hearts.
Reverencing the Buddha.
Reverencing the Buddha.
We offer incense.
We offer incense.
Incense whose fragrance pervades the air.
Incense whose fragrance pervades the air.
The fragrance of the perfect life.
The fragrance of the perfect life.
Sweeter than incense.
Sweeter than incense.
Spreads in all directions throughout the world.
Spreads in all directions throughout the world.
Muni, Muni, Mahamuni, Shakyamuni, Sadhu, 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 Muni, Muni, Mahamuni, Shakyamuni, Sadhu.
Shakyamuni Sadhu Muni Muni Mahamuni Shakyamuni Sadhu. So leaving silently and allowing the Mitras some space on their own in the shrine room.